You look restless, Gearwalker. If you seek work, you should talk to Razgurig. The people of Slagtown always welcome a helping hand. Another newcomer taken? I erect the spine of sympathy. I know Baldan to be cruel and uncompromising, so this comes as no surprise. I can make inquiries if you wish. I need an animo core from a verminous fabricant. One of our filtration units went silent again, so I must complete this task quickly. If you acquire the animo core, you have a well-oiled heart, my friend.
Spare a few coins? I've had nothing to eat but wire and dirt. Have mercy. I might have seen a woman like that, sure. Might have seen her dark skin and red eyes, heard her squawking like a broken skivaton, but I can't say for certain. Sure would be easier to remember if I had a full stomach. Thank you. Now, listen well. Baldan's thugs took your friend to the mechanical fundament, guaranteed. It's a maze beneath the city. Nobody ever comes out.
Honestly.
I don't care if he is a god. If Lord Vivek holds audience, so must Sofa Seal.
Well?
Of all the rudeness I've ever encountered, I demand...
Transitioning to detection state 12. Stand by. Wisdom check. Awareness rating stabilized.
Threw you in here too, did they? I knew I couldn't be the only one Constable Baldan got the drop on. You're right, we should. And I could, but not yet. I met another one of Baldan's victims, a Khajiit named Lankin. He's been scraping it out down here, but he's no warrior. I told him I'd get him out. Unfortunately, we got separated. That's the spirit. I managed to yank this sword out of a corpse nearby. It's not much, but you don't need a sharp edge to deal with these factotums. Just a heavy swing and a lot of patience. You ready? Let's go.
Transitioning to detection state 7. Searching areas for hostile entities.
Is that? No. Thank goodness. The body's far too old. Let's keep looking.
Increasing visual clarity by 15%. By Set's will, I am bound to defend. Reflecting.
Decent hiding place, but no Lankin. We should keep looking. Another empty camp. Damn. He must be here somewhere. Really? You'd think they'd just leave us alone? Again.
Response time in acceptable parameters. Sweep detects 0 intruders. Restart.
You're
initialized.
enjoying this, aren't you? Is that a pot on the stove? Someone was cooking. And recently. We must be close.
Excess corrosion detected. Maintenance required. In progress.
Finally! Come with us, Nankin. We're getting you out of here.
Friend Kirith, bright moons above, please, let's leave this dungy place.
more clankers! Oh, joy!
Stupid big ones and their stupid orders.
Your kill? No, my kill.
Kira! Thank goodness!
Don't suppose you found anything of interest down there?
Enough. I'm glad to see you weren't lying, Raynor Vanos.
That bastard Baldan threw me into the fundament.
Ridiculous. I've never seen this woman in my life.
Liar! You tossed this one in as well!
This Raynor Vanos made some very bold claims. If you have evidence of Constable Baldan's crimes, I suggest you produce it. Huh. You're more resourceful than you look. Little wonder Devaith chose you as his companion. Set knows he needs them.
Luciana, I'd like to ask the Constable a few questions when we return to the Basilica.
Don't trouble yourself, Aruni. You know how persuasive I can be.
I do. That's what worries me.
Do your worst, you tin-legged hag.
Set help you if she does, Constable. That fool has no idea what he's in for. Live uncomfortably and learn, I suppose. Oh, most certainly. Baldan can't have accomplished all this by himself. Erasing I do, one way or another. Of course. Each of them played a role in your success, and each of them will share the rewards. Good?
You'll regret this. Mark me, Proctor. You will regret this.
I doubt that. Get this tarnished piece of scrap out of my sight.
Enjoy prison, you scheming brat.
Ah, it seems I arrived just in time.
By the word, I wind the gears. Please state your business or depart. Welcome, potential resident. Please speak your birth name, followed by the name of your sponsor.
Dreaming. Torchbugs. Overturned jar.
Sponsorship confirmed and archived. The light of knowledge, Sotha Seal, welcomes you to the...
Well, I'd say that all worked out splendidly. As one journey ends, another begins. I imagine there's much more to discover here. I can finally begin my exploration in earnest. Now that we've earned our citizenship, I can apply for excavation permits. Antiquity. They proved useful. Raynor's theories need some work, and Kirith's refusal to listen to reason caused me no... I value your service and partnership, Assistant. Please take this as a token of my appreciation. If I understand the bureaucracy... Still, I value...
There you are. Good. We have much to discuss.
De Fear? Here? It is a true pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I imagine it is. Now be on your way.
Yes. Well, be seeing you, Assistant. Good day, Lord Fear.
Come, we need to talk. So you're a citizen now. Well done. I heard something about a constable tossing people down sewer drains. Even in this shrine to knowledge, drooling idiots bumble their way. It's Sotha Seal. Shortly after you and I parted company, I sought him out to discuss our Daedric artifact. I fear something worse. Initially, I dismissed it as boredom, fatigue, or even the first signs of sin. We will leverage your hard-earned citizenship to make inquiries. First, I will make it known that in light of your recent exploits, as the most powerful mage in the Brast Fortress, I find it difficult to have proper conversations with common folk. Indeed. It's commonly understood that servants grumble about their masters, loudly, to those they consider equals. You have questions, of course. Ask what you must. The forces of... He is inscrutable, but he's also unflinching. Seal always moves deliberately.
You're Lord Fear's newest steward, huh? Could we talk later? If I don't finish this lamp inventory, Gascon will Yeah, Gascon must know how much I love doing paperwork. A few days ago, Sotha Seal ordered us to rip out all the lamps in here and replace them with less efficient ones. What kind of sense A bunch of factotums loaded them onto a dolly and dumped them somewhere in the mechanical fundament. Hey, I know that look. Half the old switches don't work with the new lamp, so we've had to manufacture new switches, and half the time the switches get installed backwards, which means we have to do it all over again. And don't even get me started on the lamp assembly. Sotha Seal...
So you're the one Devaith tapped to be his aide in the Brass Fortress. Sorry to hear that. Provost Varuni's ancestor. Not as bad as you might expect. She's young, youth comes with impatience, but I've never felt unfairly judged, and she's generous. Now more than ever. I don't pretend to understand his motives, but he's never been so demanding. One example? He insists that we turn all the lights down before he enters a room. Do you have any idea?
So you're Devaithir's new auxiliary, eh? Not anymore. In the old days, sure. He was easy to please because he was never around. These days, trust me, this is unprecedented. I'm afraid something's wrong with his enhancements. Like he's having trouble. Yes, speaking ill of a god never turns out well. In the old days, he'd take it in stride. Right. I'm sure you have...
Were you treated well by the menials? I assume they battered you with complaints. What have you learned? Yes, well, I could have told you that. That's why I sent you here after all. What kinds of demands? Be specific. The lamps in the locutorium, yes? The large assembly room over there? The auxiliaries and factotums have been laboring in there day and night ever since we arrived. Impressive. I assumed I'd have to explain it to you. Of course, this requires a functional lamp. I assume he ordered them destroyed.
There's a lot you...
Ja. Ja.
Ah, I hope to see you again, Assistant. Pray tell, what did Devaith Fear have to say? Raynor? Surely this is something I can handle myself. Impressing Devaith Fear could greatly increase my standing in the Dwemer scholarly community. Tell me, he just wants us to build a lamp? What an odd request. No matter. I would be happy to offer my ample expertise, provided you let Devaith Fear know that
My functions permit me to assist all customers.
I just don't know. I always expected Clockwork City to be a bit more hospitable. Really Will I have to get metal arms now?
Modifications are in
own way, assistant. Some kind of tubular housing. Probably meant to protect a glass interior? Difficult to say. A complex filament of some kind. The weaving on this fiber, it must be machine-made. I should be taking notes. Some kind of compressor. For funneling a gas, perhaps? Interesting. Look at the apertures on this. It must be some kind of modulator that changes the nature of the light. Fascinating. Compressors, filaments, housings, modulators, unlike the other lamps. These compress some kind of geodic gas into metal tubes, then modulate the light to create another kind of illumination that mortal eyes cannot see. Invisible light! Yes, with Raynor's assistance, I believe we can recreate this lamp without much difficulty. You plan to do what? Oh dear. Well, this seems like a terrible idea, but I shall rely upon you.
What is it?
There must be some sort of mistake. I'm not meant to be here.
Your path has been set before you, auxiliary. I suggest you learn to walk it.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Now there's the look of someone on the hunt for something specific. You've come to the right place, friend. I've got a bit of everything. As a matter of fact, I acquired some of those just a few days ago. Apparently, someone's tossing out the old lighting to make way for the new. They're not easy to come by anymore, though. What's your offer? Varuni Arvel? Well, that changes everything. Any friend of Varuni's is a friend of mine. Why don't you take this tube on the house?
Yeah.
Ah, you've returned. Excellent. Raynor and I. Wonderful. I'm confident this lamp will conform. Excellent, excellent. No need to return here, of course.
Well?
What is it? What do you want?
I have many functions to help you with your purchases.
Well?
There must be some sort of mistake. I'm not meant to be here.
Your path has been set before you, auxiliary. I suggest you learn to walk it.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Of lies.
Everyone in this place is...
Ah, I was beginning to worry. Not about you, of course. These apostles have been circling me like cliff racers. Looking for an autograph, no doubt. Well done. I assume you discovered the special property of these lamps. Why does my dear friend Seal go to such lengths to avoid them? Visible light. Fascinating. To help with factotum navigation, perhaps? Huh. No matter. Further inquiry must...
Did you say something about putting the lamp on the balcony? We might have a problem. Raynor and that annoying high elf finished your lamp, but there's a problem. On the way here, I overheard an aide complaining about some new security measures, so... Looks that way, unless you want blood on your hands, of course. But that might complicate our sponsor.
Virtue through design. Design through faith.
I convinced Sotha Seal that the Congress requires yet another lecture on the sanctity of clockwork automata. He eagerly agreed. Seemed almost giddy about it. It was good. Seal's lecture should begin any moment now. Stand ready to activate the lamp. I'm reasonably certain.
Blessed factotums, I will remind you yet again. My beloved factotums serve as an extension of my divine will. Accost them, and you accost me.
What is that? What's happening?
After him! Someone seize that imposter!
I am the clockwork god. You will kneel before me. Kneel!
Curse you, outsider. I will return.
I haven't the time to discuss this, Varuni. Wittingly or unwittingly, Lord Set no longer
That
serves
was
the people
enlightening.
of the city.
To think I've been speaking to Sotha Seal's shadow all this time.
Where are you going?
It seems so lifelike. Far more advanced than my own, I'm sorry to say.
At least gather the Congress
Fascinating.
for an emergency session.
Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but I will be frank.
Make whatever
If an
statement you
impostor
like, I
sits
will-
upon the throne aligned and learns how to wield the power of this place, a cataclysm will follow. We may yet discover a way to avert this disaster. Stay with Varuni. With Sotha Seal exposed as an impostor, the Congress will fall into turmoil. In such chaos, dark truths always float to the surface. Pray they do so quickly. I have other...
My dear Lord Set, what happened to you? I can scarcely believe what we just witnessed. How could this happen? How could a shadow masquerade as Lord Set? The Father of Mysteries would never let such a thing happen. Fear, of course. Always the iconoclast. I'll bet he's snickering at us even now. It doesn't matter. Yes. He was acting strangely, wasn't he? He always chafed under Lord... The real Lord Set will aid us eventually, I know it. In the meantime, we must do for ourselves. Thank you for... Classic Gascon. Fleeing to his chambers when things go poorly. I'm sure... Try to talk to Gascon. He clearly doesn't care what I have to say, but he might listen to an exodromal. You remain... Check his rectory in the west wing of the Basilica. He hides in there sometimes to nurse a bruised ego or write passive... Don't let Gascon wriggle out of this. He has a duty and an obligation. What? Yes. Yes, I'll be fine. I don't understand how a shadow could take Lord Set's place. Maybe this is some sort of test. But why test us? The clockwork compromised? You make it sound as if Lord Set suffers some kind of defect, like a crimped duct or a stripped bolt. Do you know what the sermons say? Complexity belies the truth. The world... There you are. The factotums reported a strange energy signature in Gascoigne's rectory. Did you find anything odd in there? Sounds like a nocturnal shrike. By the gears, how did that thing make it past our security coils? Is Gascoigne not suspicious at all, is it? A sudden departure followed by a Daedra attack. You're right. I knew Gascoigne was a conceited sluggard, but consorting with Daedra? I pray it's not. I hope you catch Gascoigne soon. We need... I knew this wouldn't end well.
I'm not here to speculate on Lord Set's whereabouts. I'm here to clear the square.
You don't know, do you? I knew it! This is a disaster!
If you want to panic, do so in your own homes, not in the public square. Now disperse, or be dispersed. Get them moving.
You heard the Proctor. Return to your home.
If you're looking for Lord Set, I don't know where he is. I will find out, though. Count on it. Gascoigne, what has he done now? I can't keep up. Good. Maybe a fabricant ate him. Our luck has to change at some point. So, he finally graduated from corrupt hobbyist to professional villain. I'm almost relieved. Now we can finally give him what he deserves. I assume you informed your... A citywide search? I can't spare enough apostles to search a broom closet. Reports are flooding in. I have one asset I can spare. I know an artificer, Dalamar. He takes some getting used to, but you won't find him. I knew that slag-addled piece of garbage.
You, all full of fleshy bits. Not a scrap of brass on you, is there? That won't do, that will not do. I can fix you up. A missing person? How mysterious. You wouldn't be looking for Sotha Seal, would you? I hear rumors. Keep close to Snuffler. Whoa! Cool those cogs, you twitchy rascal. This little scrap heap should do the trick. Meet Snuffler, the tracking Nix. Keep close to Snuffler. Keep close to... There he goes! I just replaced his leg springs, so try to keep up!
Wake up, Johnny! Visitors! You're useless. What are you doing nosing around here with that ugly beast? Jonif and I haven't done nothing. Chancellor who? Oh, you mean that brass-arsed fancy boots that came running through here. Yeah, I seen him, dragging his silly apostle skirts behind him like a broken wheel chain. Seemed like he was... Yeah, the grease mucks up Dabrakan snoots. That's why we stay down here. Wouldn't want the constable to see you... never mind. Your man headed west.
Are you here to kill me? Too late. Your skeeving chancellor beat you to it. Who are you? Another one of vile, sniveling agents. Gascoigne's gone. Now west, in the ventral terminus. He may have killed me, but he won't last long. He sealed his fate the moment he betrayed us. There existed a covenant. Night Mistress.
out there! Be gone, whoever you are. I sealed the door, and it shall remain sealed for as long as necessary. Questions? You think I'm foolish enough to let you in? No, this door will remain closed. I just need time to work this out. Who I keep counsel with is none of your concern. You're just like Varuni, so uptight, so naive. If you value your life, you'll leave this place. Unless you can smash through solid bedrock, you'll never find me. Plotting something, are we? Well, that rusty heap has been gathering dust for decades. You may as well just give up.
Proximity sensors engaged.
What? What have you done? Slag that in. They're getting too close. up.
Understand. I had to do this. You are ruining everything. Reroute the charge gate and stop this thing.
summon me again. I've grown tired of this.
Talk, you horn-cap buffoon, just help me! How did you... I yield. Just follow me outside, all right? I promise I will explain everything. I know how this looks, but you have to understand. Those shadow cultists meant to slit my throat. I had to leave. My life was in danger. Don't you see that? Fine. I made a bargain with Clavicus Vile. I know. Questionable. Just hear me out. All he wanted was a key. If I got it for him, he'd make me the ruler of Clockwork City. Some daft talking crows. After that terrible business with the Shadow, I returned to my office to think. I arrived just in time to see one of those disgusting birds make off with the artifact. I panicked and ran here to hide. On my life, I did not. I wanted to heal the city, not destroy it. If I had known, Yes, my methods were unconventional. He abandoned us. While he tinkers away in the Centralis, we scrape by, eating... I know how this... Fine. On my life, I did not. Yes. I thought so. Look,
I shouldn't have let Varia go. When a clockwork apostle discovers an unexplainable phenomenon, it can be a moment of unbounded joy. Portals aren't a common occurrence in the Clockwork City. When Acolyte Varia and I approach, I need to make sure no one else wanders into the portal. But maybe you could go in and find Acolyte Varia. Step into the portal when you're ready. The perception tabulator will locate Varia and lead you back to Clockwork. Mysterious? I would say it falls more into the suspicious category, what with the fact that it tried to... That's just one of the technological instruments used by the Clockwork Apostles to conduct research and perform experiments.
The Great Gear turns in my favor for a change. You have a perception tabulator. Did Adjunct Darrow send you to find me? Of course he did. Listen carefully. That should be the least of your concerns. If you don't do exactly what I tell you, you'll end up like me. Then who will protect the Clockwork City from this? Some foul device that Night Sister Chimera uses to lure people into the Shadow Cleft and bind them to these scarecrows. If you can destroy it, we'll be set free. Not so loud. Nocturnal has ears everywhere. She's one of the Daedric princes. They are...
Feels like I've been protecting this field for hundreds of years. But I'm certain. What an odd question. I spotted a portal that should not have been there, and I entered it to see where it... You've never heard of the Everglow? It's the Oblivion realm that belongs to Noct... I see you have one of our perception tabs.
Dare you interrupt my vigil? What nonsense impels you to such a rash and you dare question the sacred duty that has been placed before me? I'll have you know I remember coming to the Clockwork City when a teleportation ritual went awry. I remember that you interrupted my...
You did well. Now return to the Clockwork City and let Darrow know what you learned.
You returned. I must admit, I wasn't sure you'd be able to do that. Do you have the perception tabulator? And what of Acolyte Varia? Were you able to locate? Dead? Shadow Array? I suppose the perception tabulator will explain everything.
Tawaka's breath, you will talk to me! Say something, damn it! The prognosticator refuses to talk to me. I request a fortune and receive only silence. Is that what? I will destroy the false prophet. But not by taking a hammer to its shell. Instead, I'll show... As part of every pilgrimage, the faithful have to descend into the Vale of Tears and secure a working animo core from one of the factotum. No, Be careful in the Vale. It's dangerous down there. Stand back. I've got this. Chew on this, construct! Were you able to find an animo core? I see you've brought back an animo core. It works, I assume. I'm not sure. I never went on a pilgrimage, so I've never seen the Grand That's kind of a relief, actually.
Reflecting. Memory engaged. By the will of Set, please state your query.
It worked! Prognosticator, tell me what the Fates have in store for Comet of Slagtown.
Reflecting. Charting possible outcomes. Comet of Slagtown. Minimum income. Inferior quality of life.
Great, you know all about me. But what does it mean? What's my future, you stupid construct?
Query. Reflecting. Prognostication unsatisfactory. Poor quality of life will lead to sickness, starvation, depression, and ultimately, death.
Perfectly dire. Just what I expected. And what about my friend here?
Reflecting. Reflecting. No relevant data in memory vaults. Error occurred. Please present yourself for immediate data collection.
Interesting. The prognosticator doesn't have a prophecy for you. More proof that it uses what it knows to make calculated guesses. But it predicted doom and gloom for me. Now I can change my future and show everyone that our fate isn't by doing the impossible. I'll find the lost treasure of the Radius. In the past, the pilgrimage included both a visit to the prognosticator and a search for the treasure. That changed. Palbatin survived that doomed hunt. I'll get him.
Me. Quickly now, come inside. Cultists have knocked the stars from our sky, and we have to put them back before all Lord Set's... Oh, drat. Look, it's easier to explain once we're inside the mnemonic planisphere. That's where Lord Set's Yes, exactly! You're a quick learner. I need someone who can fight off these cultists and help me... I found someone who can help us! Are you alright? Please, rest if you need it.
I have maintained these stars for millennia. Do not concern yourself.
Yes, much easier to explain now. This is the mnemonic planisphere, where Sotha Seal's memories take the form of stars. We need your help to... All this knowledge! Sotha Seal's memories are our most important source of inspiration, of discovery. Oh, thank you for understanding what this means to my order. I need you to gather the primary stars belonging... With this! Now,
This device has a very fancy, proper name, but I simply call it the Star Scooper. Use it to gather the stars.
Complete. Resuming standard awareness.
The celestial drum will need to have rotate.
This is insanity, Grundwolf. Can't you see that these hollow fangs spout nothing but hollow promises?
Dragons are here, Reynold. The world will end in fire before your fabled Emperor comes. If you won't act, I will.
The Devourer has chosen, old bat. Do not trouble us again.
Does not see the point of such a thing.
Does it not entertain? What more reason does Khajiit need?
Made quick work. Don't let the gate trouble you. I'll pass through an opening on the other side. There's no mechanism. A sheet and their tricks. Look for a hidden switch. I'll try to catch up to Grunt.
Go on. Give it a good slap. Like that, the harder you strike, the farther it goes. Yet it does not matter what you strike it with.
those gates didn't keep you long. Though from the sound of things, you had greater obstacles to overcome.
You are not the skulking rat, but you are my prey all the same. Massive like the cattle they are! Can you feel your blood betraying you? I'll be taking this. Take a bite! Feel your pulse quicken and stop! Try not to slip! Do you hear the doom drum growing louder in your ears?
More dead. How did the intruder get past Trozakar?
There are many holes through which a rat can scurry here.
Don't bleed them dry!
I've had enough of wading through you leeches.
Nizasa! They are coming!
Get them, darlings!
Out of my way. I have more pressing concerns than ending your life.
You took the words out of Nisazda's mouth. This one has no fear of your sword, old bat. She is too
I've
swift.
skinned many a dragon. A cat will not be troubled. Such a menacing kitten.
Nisazda will feed you to her weakest warriors.
Surrender, Nisazda. Or are you going to fight us all?
This one won't have to.
Right here!
Whatever you become through this madness, it will not be Emperor.
Then do it, Renat. And I'd rather die with blade in hand and go back to that honorless life of yours.
You hesitated over that.
I didn't need your help.
We have no more time. Isasta will exact the debt of blood owed for her clan.
Done! Who's called down? I was already planning on it.
Vengeance for her brood.
At least I outlived that accursed cat. Is Grundwolf? No. The fool's gone for the dragon. You've got to stop him.
The clan mother gives the first bite to a shaveskin? Are there not Khajiit more deserving?
This day, when I bleed this dragon dry, the Empire will be made whole.
You are an ant trying to shoulder the world. Bloated tick, you've drunk to bursting. Bleed on me. No! Shrink from the flames like the vermin you are. Run!
deserved a better death.
No kind words for me, Reynald.
Still your tongue, Worm. Your death is the one good thing to come of this.
I go, knowing the war for freedom only brought you ruin.
Void take you.
My suffering ends here. Yours will linger long after.
in these creatures' creation? They're abominations. Dreaming. Fish pond. Skipping stone.
Returned! Quickly now, give the Star Scooper to the astronomer. You're in for a real treat. Not many get to witness this. Oh dear, that's not good. That's not good at all. Sorry, but I have to go check on something. The astronomer will explain.
Six stars refuse to answer my call, and the primary constellations remain incomplete. Their instability threatens the integrity of the entire planisphere. Unless returned, I fear all memories will be lost, even to the clockwork god himself. The planisphere was created as an extension of Lord Set's consciousness. Connected, yet apart. An endless sky of divine knowledge, perfectly preserved. We must protect the planisphere at all costs. We must help the stars remember. Memories are fragile, easily broken, easily swayed. My powers of guidance and preservation are not so easily replicated. The cultists seek to control, but only corrupt. Go to the calibration guides located upon the platforms which surround us. Use them to guide the missing stars back to their rightful place in the sky. My apprentice will show you how. I see questions are burning within you. Ask, and I may answer. They seek to control the planisphere, and believe these stars will help them with that task. The corruption is merely a result of trying to view the memory. Clockwork City. Your guidance and wisdom has been invaluable to me. Where would I be without you?
Let me just scoop them up. And now, watch this! Oh, right. They don't know where to go. If you can point out where they're supposed to be on the calibration guide, we can send them on their way. The stars have forgotten where they belong. Use the calibration guides on the floor to show them where to go. The matching constellation on the planisphere's sky will show you the way. In the meantime, this is a rather tricky process. The stars are fragile things, easily overwritten by stray thoughts and memories. All my concentration is needed to keep my mind clear. The astronomer's much better at this than I am, but I'm what you have. He has to concentrate on keeping the planisphere's constellations stable. They're susceptible to breaking apart again in their incomplete state. Not only that, but I'd rather keep him from any strenuous activity. Wouldn't want him to break a hip. The stars have forgotten where they belong. Use the Try to think of where the stars in the constellations aren't, not where they are. That's where you want to direct the corrupted stars to. Done. Now, the Star Scooper kept a record of what was inside those stars. Let's have a look, shall we? A fragment in memory of Lord Set speaking to someone. This must have been what the cultists were looking for.
Stewardship of my memories carries a high price, Orvas. One that you must pay willingly.
Wait, was that the astronomer? He was so young! And with hair! Not half bad looking either.
wish me to go to this location, Lord Sothis?
Try all you might. I'll just take the stars again. Right after taking your life.
these stars held. Just a moment, let me concentrate.
I understand. I'd sacrifice anything to serve you, my lord.
Sacrifice? Well, that doesn't sound very good.
serve you today, Lord Sothasil? Do you need your clothes washed?
The corrupted stars aren't currently in the constellation, so the spaces where they should be are dark. Those are the points we need to guide them. You have to be careful with these. It's easy to overwrite the memories with your own.
Of course, my lord, but will it hurt?
You will not remember.
That doesn't sound very good. What happened in this memory? We've collected all the memory fragments we need. Let's head back to the Planisphere Center so we can watch the whole thing. Now that we've returned the stars and recovered the memory fragments, the astronomer can use the nemograph here to play the full memory back. I'm rather curious about its contents. We need to be able to reform memories at a moment's notice. After all, apostles often travel from the Brass Fortress to research Lord Set's thoughts. This nemograph, I just know it's him. It looks like he's receiving some sort of boon.
Stewardship of my memories carries a high price, all of us. One that you must pay willingly.
I understand. I'd sacrifice anything to serve you, my lord. Even my memory.
Wait, the sacrifice
So
is
be it.
his memory?
I'll leave you the knowledge of this spell to bestow upon your successor when the time comes.
Of course, my lord, but will it hurt?
You will not remember.
No! It can't be!
Now you know the truth. It is time.
You never told me of this sacrifice. My life, yes, I'll give it. But my mind, my whole being.
Speak with her. Go to Amelie. Yes. I have no memories of my life before the Planisphere.
I know my duty. My whole life has been devoted to this path laid before me. I know the risks, the repercussions to the Planisphere should I refuse. The repercussions. Manipulating the stars requires severe concentration. They're easily corrupted by stray thoughts, rendering them useless. Not having a memory must help ease that burden. The excitement of becoming an apostle, my frustration when so many doubted me, how nervous I was for my first kiss. To give it all away, I would lose more than my memories. I would lose myself. I know the astronomer's power is fading. I feel it. He needs to transfer his power, and soon. If he dies before another apprentice could be found... The Planisphere. You're right. It's too late to turn back now. People depend on me. My god depends on me. I've decided. I will become the next astronomer. I give myself willingly to serve the chrononymic will as it has seen fit.
So be it. I'll start the process now. Take care of the planisphere. And yourself as well, Amelie. I can finally rest.
What was I... Oh, a visitor. The mnemonic planisphere welcomes you, traveler. Due to the recent attack, we are not holding memory viewings. You'll have to return at another time. How strange. I feel a sense of... Ah, so you have. You have the gratitude of the Clockwork Apostles. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must inspect the memories to see if they were damaged by these. I thank you once more for aiding us in our time of need. May your thoughts be clear and your heart ever oiled. The cultists have corrupted many stars in their search for control. I need time to... There's not much I can do at the moment. My...
All prices have been calculated with current market trends.
Are you sure about this, Comet? Remember what happened to your mother?
With the Outsider's help, that treasure is as good as mine. Then everyone will see that the Prognosticator is a fraud!
When I asked you to help Comet, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I want to see our people abandon the reckless pilgrimage to the Grand Prognosticator. But going after the... Comet seeks to replace one foolish pilgrimage with another. Very well. I can tell you that the treasure... Because of the massive fabric that prowls the area. Gear Grinder is bigger than 3 brawny Nords. I'm still uncomfortable with all this, but I can see that you and Kamid are determined.
What?
Still nothing on the security coils? Where could he have gone?
He clearly fled the fortress.
Finally.
Into the jaws of
I've been pacing a hole in the floor since you left. An engine can only idle for so long, you know. Did Luciana find you? Did you find... Gascogne is dead? Well, he left us no choice, right? Good riddance, I suppose. I'll send some reclamation drones to collect his remains. Now, what's this about Clavic? The Clockwork City owes you a tremendous debt. Gascogne's death was necessary to safeguard the people. Now we just have to follow the clues he left behind. Please, take this, and my thanks. Obviously, we need to recover this mysterious key. I don't know where it is, or what it does, but if Daedric princes intend to mount... Gascogne insisted that Talking Crow stole the key from him, right? We should start with them. According to the constables, the birds started stealing things as soon as they arrived. I've never seen... Well, the fact that they arrived so soon after you revealed the shadow is suspicious. The sermons never prepared us for something like this. Not until today, no. They're really quite beautiful. Aside from the mocking and stealing and, you know, defecating. Hundreds. Fascinating.
Wonder, labor, create. We must all serve our purpose.
Before you act.
Would you like help? I have many functions to help you with your purchases.
To be able to live within a city that's...
Go on, get out.
I
of
always...
here.
We go where we please, wingless. Go away, or we peck out your eyes. Eyes! Sweet, filthy eyes.
prices have been calculated with current market trends.
Come to gawk at the birds? Just keep those heels spring-loaded, friend. The big one there nearly pecked an apostle's ear off. She said it was due for a replacement anyway, but even so, I'm sure... Well, may Sothasil bless your attempt. Honestly, if you got them to stop bickering and babbling for even a moment, I'd probably slip a spring. Other than everywhere, the loudest gather around a tree just outside the basilica. I assume those are the ones you're after? Now listen, they'll demand some kind of ridiculous tribute. I pity the factotum that has to clean his holy likeness up there. I've never seen so many droppings in one place. What, like the birds? No. We did have a skeevaton infestation once. Someone left the fabricator running and it's... Exactly. By the time Sothasil caught wind of it, the fortress was packed full of wind-up bears and motorized tigers. Quite a scene. The clockwork god destroyed all of them, except the skeevatons. I like to think you...
Intruder! Halt! Halt! Speak! Spy! Stay back, spy! This tree belongs to the Blackfeather Court. The Duke claimed it by law of sovereign roost. Look for shinies somewhere else. Go! Go! Spy! No talking! I know a spy when I see one. The Exarchs of Dross may share meat with featherless giants, but not the Blackfeather Court. Tribute! Yes! Shinies for the Duke. We demand a treasure from our enemy. The metal man who shouts at us, Constable Drados. May his tail droop and his wings wither. Snatch up his silver treasure, and then we parley. Perhaps he carries a treasure beneath his clinkety-clanking clothes. Or maybe he hides treasure away in the stone nest called cloisters. That is for you to find out, Featherless. Now...
Look who's back. Just couldn't turn the key with those birds, eh? Don't be... I told you they'd ask for something. A silver treasure. Oh, of course! They want my canteen. Those daffy birds sent you after a pewter canteen. Well, they can't have it. Sorry, mate, but I'm not about to give them... Fine, but this had better work. If these vermin are still filching out...
Cleaning. Flower garden. Bird songs.
Ja!
Well, do you have our shinies? Speak, spy! Such sparkle and shine! The shouting metal man gave you this treasure willingly? Why? Ah! He quails at the might of the court and wishes to surrender! Yes! Yes, we accept! A fitting prize, this canteen. Perhaps you are a worthy crow friend after all. A key? Yes, the great prize, the shiniest lockpoker. Our heroic Knight of Marrow breached the gates and claimed it from the clumsy apostles and our Exarch foes. The featherless ones squabble over its whereabouts, but they'll know. Only our Duke of Crows knows. You cannot speak to him, crow friend, not without an escort. Find the Knight of Marrow. He is our grandest champion, sleek and strong. Honor him with shinies and sweet by a great waterfall, south and east, swooning like a lovesick dove, no doubt. Even now he builds his...
Who is this? Do you come to challenge the Knight of Marrow? Have at thee, featherless foe. If you be foe, cast down your silly gauntlet. But I warn you, you touch this magnificent trove at your peril. I gathered these treasures for my lady love, and I would sooner die than let you take them. What say you, the Duke holds court in Blackfeather Castle. I could arrange a meeting, but can't you see? Heartache has clipped my wings. Lady Blightwing spurns me. My heroic ex— You would do that? But how? I gathered a great hoard of glistening treasures and sweetmeats, and she only laughed. Laughed! Perhaps a different gift. You featherless— Yes! A poem! A trinket unlike any other! The flightless oafs who live here in the fortress hid a great hoard of words in one of their stone houses. If you help me pluck the tenderest verses, I will take you to see the Duke. Follow me! The word vault is this way! This way! Here we are! The word vault lies behind that door. I shall perch here and await your swift return.
You need something? I'm sort of in the mid. Love poem? By the gears, what?
Welcome to the Archival. A love poem? Oh, where to begin? I have so...
By the word of Set, I am bound. Just a moment. Category not found.
Dreaming. Discarded flowers. Empty cylinder.
Thank you. Poem. A collection of thematically appropriate statements and metaphors, arranged in stanzaic sequence.
My feathers quiver with inspiration.
Ja. Ja.
My feathers quiver with inspiration. My feathers quiver with inspiration. feathers quiver with inspiration. Well, which one should I use to woo my sharp-eyed love? Yes, perfect. Let's do that one. I can't wait to express my feelings in the sweaty, fat-legged way to the castle of my lady love.
Yeah.
What is it?
Take a breath and report. What's the situation in there?
Grim, Proctor. Daedric beasts and shadow cultists control much of the district. And the crows, oh, the sky's thick with them.
This way, Squire! Come!
Varuni's auxiliary? What are you doing here? First that bastard Devaith, and now the crows? Your taste in companions grows worse by the hour. Sorry, we're having a very bad day. You mean to enter the machine district? Normally, I'd say we should simply kill them all and take the key by force. But it seems these birds have a real talent for hiding things. Fine, you can play their ridiculous game, for now. But I'm coming with you. I've lost enough citizens already.
No, your metal woman is not allowed in Castle Blackfeather. I forbid it.
I don't want to go anywhere near your filthy castle vermin. Let's get this over with. Keep your sword arm wound tight. Daedra could still be lurking around here.
Integrity diagnostic.
Crow Mother, help me.
My fair maiden of ruin, my heart swells to see you, like a dead cat's belly warmed by the sun. Your merits, defy calculation? My pelvic bracket pumps like a piston. Oh, that's not right.
What? Is this some kind of featherless joke?
And your face looks symmetrical. Symmetrical. It looks shiny, so shiny.
Sir Knight, that was unique. So mysterious. I like your face too. Join me on the treasure heap sometime.
She said yes! I owe you a debt, crow friend. Duke! May I present the featherless poet?
Approach, poet. Let me get a measure of you. Hail, crow friend, to my great knight of Marrow. You come to parley? What boon do you seek from the Blackfeather Court? The shiniest? The great prize? Outrageous. What could you possibly offer us that rivals the luster of the magnificent Lockpoker? Speak quickly! Speak! My knights and I must prepare for our next battle with the Exarchs of Dross! You would take up the Blackfeather banner? Tempting. The Exarchs use wingless allies to shoot down my vassals and scatter my treasures. But if we had a giant of our own... Very well. I accept! Go! Destroy the Exarchs, and the key is your Exarchs of Dross hate us. They envy our fine plumage, and covet our gleaming treasures. I parleyed with their leader before, the Queen eons in Crow time. But the Blackfeather Court will not be intimidated by these grackles. My knights will pluck the Queen's vain feathers and leave her to flop about like a flint.
So, we're going to fight birds. If only my Riemann dragoons could see me now, channeling the... You know, it's times like these that I really wish I had a sense of humor. But since I don't, I expect you to keep the You're really reaching. Enough.
Prepare to
Retreat!
die, you
Retreat!
venomous scum! Thick Play it low. We'll peck your eyes
It'll be
out.
the death of us! Fly! Fly!
Lead on.
Initializing. Reflecting rotation initialized.
Why do you always dare them? Fly, fools! Ha! Well struck, Squire. The Exarchs are in full retreat. Look how they caw like chicks and empty their bowels. The time has come for a counter. Yes, yes! The flightless cultists summoned it to guard their treasures. The Guardian stands like a mountain of brass and fury. We cannot... Behold, Blackfeathers! Our giant prepares to destroy the Guardian! Our giant approaches!
The giant held the Guardian! Fly, Exarchs, fly!
Victory! Victory for the court! Now let us take wing, Blackfeathers! Back to the Duke!
I'll wait for you here. I've chased enough birds for one day.
Victory! We picked the bones clean and plundered the Exarch's hoard. A proud day for the Blackfeather Court. Now, the Queen of Chaff sent an emissary requesting a parley. I have a plan to scare her off for good. I know what I said, fledgling! We've not defeated the Exarchs yet. Even now, they clean their plumage and sharpen their beaks. Unless we... A trick! A bluff! A great crow scheme! Meet me in the building. Queen of Chaff will arrive shortly. We must stun her with my magnificence. Look around. I picked this place for a reason. Pulley and pushy contraptions abound. When the city's wingless servants fiddle with him, the gears turn and pipes creak. I need to Yes, exactly. A performance. My legs, while svelte and regal, are not strong enough to push and pull these levers. I need you and your Of course not! No more time to plan. The Queen's entourage approaches.
Oh, Duke. You came alone? Foolish. This may be easier than I thought. Show me the key or my murder will tear you apart.
You are the full Chaff Queen. I wield the power of the machines now.
You expect me to believe that? Give me the key or we'll peck you to ribbons.
Behold!
What? Steady, X-Arcs. It's just a trick.
Awaken, machines, awaken!
I will not be threatened. I am the Queen of Chaff.
Your doom is nigh. My machines will destroy you.
No! Impossible! Impossible!
Now, Queen of Chaff, you will die!
I yield. Such power. X-Arcs to me. We leave this cursed place.
Ha! We did it for the list! Victory for the Duke! Victory for the Black Feather Court! We may have a complication. My. This would be much easier if you had feathers. I have. Kind of. I hid the great prize nearby. But in your zeal to impress me, you threw the wrong switch. Now the door leading to the shiniest is blocked. Blocked! I can fly north. I will dispatch my proud Knight of Marrow to accompany you. Good luck.
Follow me, crow friend. The shiniest treasure awaits.
skeleton key at last.
Stay back, my liege. Have at thee!
My knight, no! Take that! Get him, Perilous! Our victory over the Exarchs came at great cost. Quill and Claw, our lost knight, was a true hero. We will not forgive, and we will not forget. I do not know which lock the Shadow plans to poke with the key. Yes! You are as much a member of this court as any crow. Our swift wings and keen eyes are at your disposal. Find the Shadow...
You look haggard. What happened in there? The skeleton key? Nocturnal's key? Damn it. I always suspected, but hoped it wasn't true. That key is a trans-dimensional artifact of unimaginable... The Omnivox alarm. Slag it! Someone's breaching the Cognitum Centralis. I have to get back to the Basilica. Meet me there!
There has to be someone willing to help us.
I'm not leaving until you take me to that portal.
There's no portal. There is no way home.
I'll get the truth out of you, one way or another.
Threats of bodily harm.
Fetch this. I'll find that portal myself.
What part of sealed don't you understand? The Shadow put a hex on the lift. Perhaps if we had the key you managed to lose?
Here we go again. I told you before, Lord Set would never allow the skeleton key.
You arrived just in time. I don't know how much more of Devaith and Varuni's bickering I could take.
Explain it to me. Just be sure to use small words. I wouldn't want you to strain yourself.
It's as I feared. The Shadow breached the Cognitum Centralis, Lord Set's seat of power. If it reaches the core, if it removes Lord Set from the throne alive, we arrived too late. As soon as the Shadow of Sothasil claimed the skeleton key, it slithered into the fundament and sealed all the doors leading to the Cognitum Centralis. Fear and Varuni tried to break the seal. None. Lord Set designed the Cognitum to be virtually impenetrable. Even so, these whispering shadow cultists move through the city unhindered. I don't know how. I crossed staves with an Argonian mage once. He could leap through shadows, crossing long distances in seconds. Maybe that's the answer? Shadow portals of some... I have an idea. Full disclosure, you may find this eerie. I suspected that Gascoigne's brain might contain some useful information, so I ordered a factotum to mine it. Speak to the clockwork clinician in the East Wing. Maybe it found something.
By Set's will, I am bound. Greetings, resident. Reflecting. Permissions registered. I completed the cognitive archival process and data. Malfunctioning skevetons often appropriate tools and components from this chamber. You may... I speak the will.
Dreaming. Familiar embrace. Moonlight.
I'm not leaving until you take me to that portal.
There's no portal. There is no way home.
I'll get the truth out of you, one way or another.
Threats of bodily harm will be met with the chamber.
Fetch this. I'll find that portal myself.
Screaming. Storm clouds. Wind.
Integral of memory detected. Would you be so kind as to insert it into my forehead ridge? Memory detected. Would you be so kind as to insert it into my...
You've returned in one piece! How gleaming! In your absence, I've set up a framework to contain the factotum while we assemble its parts. I'll have of installing the integral of memory. You heard the head? Insert the crystal into its forehead ridge. And don't worry, you won't break it. Sotha Seal builds his...
Furthest to the left, please. Your left, not mine. Reflecting. Reflecting. Oh, I feel positively spring-loaded now. What a kind, generous apostle you are, which I don't quite understand. I function only to know my Lord Sotha Seal and his apostles. You are reflecting. Reflecting. I've come to the conclusion that I am. I have no memory stored of any of my kind who are older, so Of course, let me check my integral of memory. Should be right. Great Sotha Seal in the sanctum. Someone's tampered with my crystalline memory matrix. Ahem. Salutations, me. By now you must be wondering what happened to our memory. Dark forces have conspired to corrupt our knowledge of the world. But do not fear. The past circumstance I have not accounted for. This is me now, not the message.
Astounding! The first factotum Sotha Seal created. We simply must complete construction now. The more memory... The precursor mentioned he was made of clockwork and Dwemer parts. I'd keep an eye out for the former as you travel around Clockwork City.
Apostle, I have remembered something. Come quickly before it rusts.
Security coils indicate zero intruders. Engaged.
I'm not leaving until you take me to that portal.
There's no portal. There is no way home.
I'll get the truth out of you.
Bodily harm will be met with detainment. Please cease and desist.
Fetch this. I'll find that portal myself.
Greetings, resident. May my labors please... False assertion. This is not a top plug. Fortunately, I located a top plug in a Nemo crate outside my immediate...
Resident Corpse Gascon Dusant, memory outlay primed, submit query. Assembling summary. Subheading Whispering Shadows. Subheading Movement. Subheading Clockwork City. Assembling response. Subject Evergloam. A twilight plane of oblivion peopled by nocturnal shrikes, phantoms, and beastly simulacra. Accessing visuospatial memory. Mapping complete. 2 gates exist in the radius.
Please remain at a safe distance, resident. Core malfunction detected.
Tell me you have something. Gates, of course. My apostles ran down a few rumors about cultists building strange basins on the periphery of the radius, but we never found any of them. How do these gates work? So we'll use the cultists' own pathways against them. Makes sense. Can't say I have any desire to fight my way through a plane of oblivion, but we don't have much of it. And we have no way to know which will get us to our destination faster.
I'm not leaving until you take me to that portal.
There's no portal. There is no way home.
I'll get the truth out of you. Fetch this. I'll find that portal myself.
New patrol car registered. Routine diagnostics complete. Resuming threat awareness.
Ja. Ja.
That creature. It's even worse than Palbatin told us. Look, I appreciate all the help, but I don't want to see... I'm no warrior, you know that. Without you, we wouldn't have gotten this. That creature. I'm no warrior, you know... Yes, my friend, spices. Wonderful, delicious spices. That's the most valuable treasure. More than that, spices are as rare as a blade of grass in a city of metal. Wealthy mages... Return to Slagtown and meet me there. Then we can show my people how we changed the outcome of the
Ja. 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 Ja.
This year he'll... Welcome, friend. Come, join our celebration on this glorious and special... Today is the day that Lector Naril declares a new apprentice. I've improved my botanical knowledge and skills considerably since the select... The Everwound Wellspring, a wondrous oasis in this mechanical desert. Sotha Seal created the place, but the Lector made plants grow in the metallic soil. In the past, the wellspring was accessible to everyone. Lector Narl sealed the place and started the tradition of the annual harvest and apprentice selection. Oh no, so many hopefuls. The gears just have to align in my favor. They have to.
Faithful of Sotha Seal, you may enter to collect this year's harvest in a moment, but first, I shall name my new apprentice. Sherazar, the Everwound Wellspring welcomes you as its new apprentice. Factotums will continue to gather the harvest and bring the containers here. In the meantime, use the lift and come see... I always share a few words of advice with the hopefuls that weren't selected before I take the new apprentice under my wing. The Everwound Wellspring provides excellent... You must be one of the new arrivals I've heard so much about. Everything in the Clockwork City, the soil, the flora, the fauna, it's all composed of gears and pistons, and because Sotha Seal set the wellspring in this metallic desert and blessed it with a reservoir of water. An exceedingly rare thing in the clock. We had water and a pressing need. It didn't take me long to figure out how to make actual living plants grow in this artificial soil. Come, everyone! Follow me into the viewing garden. My friends, the wellspring enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Let me show you how we accomplish our miracles. Simulated sunlight allows our trees to produce fruit sweeter than the orchards of Vardenfell. These pipes carry an alchemical solution that nourishes our plants. Factotums harvest the plants and pack them in special containers to keep them fresh before we distribute them to Clockwork City. We take clippings from the most robust plants to produce stronger varieties. Someday, we'll be able to grow plants outside these walls. Every season, we share our bounty and select a new apprentice from among the novice apostles. By the way, where did my new apprentice wander off to? My new apprentice, Sherazar. Where did she disappear to? Oh, and have 2 novices wandering around the oasis unsupervised? My program provides an opportunity to work outside the clock.
This was supposed to be a special day, but it turned out all wrong. There's something not right with this oasis. Sometimes a gear slips or a cylinder throws a piston. This place reminds me of that. Specifically, I saw my old friend Shirhari down one of the corridors. When I tried to go talk to her, the factotums blocked my path. They drove me off. That's the question, isn't it? And it's the reason I have a bad feeling all of a sudden. Why restrict where an apprentice can go? And why refuse to let me talk to Shirhari? It makes no sense. No, I'd rather speak to Shirhari. I know her. I trust her. Lector Naril? He's still a stranger to me. Will you help me get past the...
Sherazar. Oh, this one purrs at the sight of you.
It's so good to see you too,
You
Shirhari.
shouldn't wander the wellspring unsupervised. It's dangerous. The factotums don't respond. A new apprentice? Really? But what does Shirhari know of such things? This one works in the dark and grows fungi, molds, and mosses. The lector... Shirhari doubts there's anything sinister going on, so the seal blessed the wellspring with water and apprentice. Sherazar is the first new apprentice to enter the wellspring in years. Idrono works with Shirhari. He attempts to grow non-fungal plant life in harsh conditions. Since Idrono will be grateful for the fungi samples, even if he seems agitated. He gets that way during the No. Only the Lector can do such things. But perhaps this one has the next best thing. My plaque of safe passage. As long as Shirhari will be fine. There is much to do right here, and the factotums are formulated to recognize.
temperature variance detected. Documenting. Maintaining detection state 5. Accessing combat subroutines.
New apprentice, if you can hear my voice, step to the nearest speaking tube this instant.
A new apprentice? How curious. And are those samples of Shirahari's mushrooms? Excellent. Interesting question. As far as I know, no new apprentices have entered the wellspring since Gathal's accident. But I have a bigger concern. At least Shirahari can... Of course. Lector Narl tasked each of us with a different experiment. I'm attempting to grow plants without the benefit of the simulated sunlight. Lector Narl developed it using techniques he still refuses to share. The simulated sunlight provides nourishing energy that makes most of the plants we grow thrive. Not my plants. Otoan's been with Lector Narl the longest. She might know something more. You'll need to cross my garden to reach her. Just watch out for the blasted fabricants. They keep eating my plants and clogging up the gears. I just don't understand why my plants won't grow while Shihari and Otoan have no trouble making things bloom. It's an absolute annoyance. And so are those fabricants. Feel free to smash them to bits on your way through the garden. What's to tell? Gathal died. Happened in Lector Narl's private workshop. We're not allowed in there anymore.
If you can hear my voice, step to the nearest speaking tube this instant.
Interruptions are counterproductive. The 7th law of Gears teaches us that. Well, since you've already Idrono. His experiment was doomed from the beginning. You can't grow plants without a source of nourishing light. My plants thrive thanks to the use of... That was the practice until Gathal died. Then the Lector sealed his private workshop and gave us these experiments to conduct while he perfected his simulated sunlight. I suppose Lector Naril could have more apprentices toiling in his private workshop. He keeps numerous secrets, so... Lector Naril's private workshop is restricted, but I don't expect you to find anything. If he catches you snooping around, feign ignorance and beg forgiveness.
I'm very disappointed, Sherazar. Shirhari's plaque of safe passage has been rendered inoperable. Now, return to me immediately.
That's the story of how the Everwound Wellspring was created. Lector Narl picked up where Sotha Seal left off. The early experiments failed, even though Lector Narl perfected his alchemical solution. I wonder how they solved the problem.
Memory artifact registered. Cognitive maintenance required. Structural integrity diagnostic.
Into making the wellspring work. I wonder how they finally got the simulated sunlight to nourish the plants. The source of the simulated sunlight is the life force of the missing apprentices? That's horrible. We need to see what's inside Narl's private workshop. That machine! Is that the inductor? The apprentices! It sucked the life out of them. This is the Lector's simulated sunlight inductor. And just as we read in his notes, he's using the life force of the most recent apprentices to power the device. Sotha Seal would never approve of this. Never in a million clicks of the Great Gear. No. If we leave, Lector Narl will just use Shirhari or one of the others. We have to do something. We have to stop this madness. People shouldn't be turned into plant food. At least not while...
So now you know the secret of the wellspring. You see your role in our grand plan. Time is short. The life force of the previous apprentices is nearly depleted.
Why do you resist? Your life force can feed thousands. You lash out because you fail to grasp the importance of what I do.
There's nothing to be done for these poor apprentices. The inductor has drained every drop of life from their bodies. But what of Lector Narl? The Lector lied. He tricked the apprentices and killed them. But the machine does allow the plants to grow and provides food for the Clockwork City. I wonder, what if someone willingly sacrificed themselves to feed the people? You're right. The sacrifice is too great. Lector Narl turned Sotha Seal's dream into a...
How horrible! Those apostles, all dead?
Not just dead, drained of life to create the simulated sunlight.
Still, it's an amazing device. Lector Narl's a true genius.
A genius? Look at this, Narl's insane.
Narl's dead, and this work is an affront to Lord Set and everything he's taught us.
I won't argue that point, but you can't deny that Narl accomplished what the Clockwork Mage never quite got around to doing.
This one rejects that path. A life is worth more than 100 harvests.
We should go before the council.
No, there's no decision to make. I'm shutting this horrid contraption down right now.
Simulated sunlight.
We're the apprentices of the Everwound Wellspring. We'll figure out a way to save the plants.
You really think so? This one hopes that we're up to such a task.
We're clockwork apostles, of course. Now, let's get to work.
So, what did you find inside the wellspring?